Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy, A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see.
For this event today, I'll run you through the agenda. Sam, can I? Yeah. I'll run you through the agenda. I'll run you through the agenda this morning just to be sure we are all aligned. By the way, we have a baby girl in the building. We have a beautiful baby girl. Baby boy or baby girl? Girl, yes, cute girl. We have a cute baby girl in the building this morning. She's going to also learn how to develop projects that will help us achieve the SDGs. So shout out to you, baby girl. Alright, people, from what you can see here, I'm sure you can see what we have on the screen. And because we don't want to waste any more time or wait for a lot of people to come in here for us to begin, we're just going to start ASAP, just to be sure that we finish here right on time and get everything done properly. So, we have first of all opening an overview of the two this topic discussion. We also have the keynotes. After that, for youth engagement in climate action, that will be taken by, of course, the One Campaign Director for Nigeria, Stanley. He's going to be here very soon with us. Thereafter, we're going to move into power talk on climate action and leadership. That will be taken by one of our partners, represented by GA. GA is from West Africa. Gifts from West Africa are on the way. They might not get here before we end, but if they do, we will sure to share them with you. However, for those of you who are ICers, I can promise you that if the gifts are not getting here before we leave here, we'll definitely get you something for the next conference, which is happening in Calabar. So that shouldn't be a problem. But for the rest of you, we'll find ways to give you to give you to give you, everything that we can actually give you here. Now, for the next one, we have, of course, workshop. And the workshop will be taken by Utiva. You had the CEO of Utiva here yesterday. Today we have a representative from UCIVA here to help us demystify the entire tech ecosystem. So he will be helping us to understand exactly what the tech ecosystem really is. He will help us to understand exactly what the tech ecosystem looks like, and afterwards you're going to be able to make decisions because I mean tech is one of the things that is making the world right now. There's a lot of conversation around the tech, and if you want to maybe have a career in tech, of course, you want to pay a lot of attention to that, just to be sure that you get a thing or two, and also maybe connect with him as well for this day or after this stage really. Thereafter, we're going to have, of course, words on climate actions and agriculture. How does climate action affect agriculture? We're going to be having that from Farmer Academy. We are going to have Mr. Ogwe here, he's the CEO of Farmer Academy. That would be Jade's husband. For those of you who were here yesterday, you met Jade. So Jade's husband is going to be here today as well to speak with us on climate action and agriculture, just to help you understand better how climate action affects agriculture, positively and negatively. We're going to have, of course, break and lunch thereafter, just to ensure that you are energized and get into the mood for the next phase. The next phase is introduction to the competition we are going to be having here today. For those of you who registered, I'm sure you also saw the part where we talked about the SDG Innovation Challenge. I believe so. Anybody? Is there more doesn't know about the SDG Innovation Challenge here? Hands in the air. You don't know about it? Is there anyone here who doesn't know about the SDG Innovation Challenge? Alright, so the OC team will do well to brief you on that. I think they will do that before we probably begin the space this morning. So of course we know exactly how to go about it. Then we have the team's presentation today as well, just to be sure that we are able to gather a few ideas from the team and understand exactly who our winners are going to be. We have of course prizes for our winners. That's going to be provided by SiteBrief. SiteBrief just came on board a few days ago, like 2 days ago, just to provide our winners with opportunities to upskill their ideas, after today. And they're going to be talking about leadership, the leadership that we need in the world, how we're taking that space. After, of course, the team's presentation, just to be sure that we are close to this space the YSF way. And thereafter, we're going to have the winner announcements, closing, the ELD. The ELD is Experiential Leadership Development, of course, programs that we have in YSF that you can, of course, take part in. Those are the exchange programs for those of you who are not YSFers yet. I'm saying yes because I'm sure after this event you would want to join YSF. I would love to, of course, have you want to join YSF. And we're also going to tell you about how to get involved in exchange opportunities and also the ways forward for us from here. We are also going to get the PA, the SA to the president on SG here. I'm going to try to make some calls and see if she's going to be able to make it because she mentioned she was going to make it today. I'll check in to see if she's going to be able to make it so that we can also meet her and also have her share her thoughts with us around the SGs and different other things. But for now, that's primarily it. It's going to be a short day, not a long day, trust me. Just like we finished early yesterday, I told you, we finished before 6 p.m. yesterday. And I'll be sure to help us all finish before at least 6 p.m. again today. But for now, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate people and really love to all of you guys. Thank you. So I would give me a sec, let me confirm something.
morning once again. So I'm Ajibade Adeyemi, the OCP for YSF, and I've been asked to introduce and launch the YSS report. But before I do that, YSF is a BD and LR engagement activity that we do in ISEC, but it's a three-part program. What it means is it has a connecting start to the end point, and this is where it all begins from. We cannot have YSF if we do not have the YSS reports. Neither can we have YSP, which is the Innovation Challenge, if we do not have YSF. So the report is something that I said has gathered globally, right? It's from surveys that have been filled across all ISEC member entity countries and things like that. We have people from Nigeria who filled a certain survey. We have people from Ukraine, we have people from Ghana, Namibia, Kenya. Those are the people, the survey, the questions answered is what has gathered this report. Now, for Nigeria, yes. Now, this report is what has created YSF. So when we started yesterday's activity, it centered around DEI and youth at workspace. It is because the report in itself told us that two of the four most important things we need to discuss in ISEC, that we need to engage non-ISEC members with, are those four things. This is why the report is very crucial. Now, for the innovation challenge that we're going to be happening, which I introduced yesterday when I said that those available need to create a team of 3 or 4. The 3 or 4 of you are going to be getting a link which we sent yesterday night. I'm sure people got that. A link that included a master slide and also a concise information as to what the challenge is and what you need to engage as a group. But to help in that this morning, we think it is only crucial to share this report with you. So right now, what I need you guys to do is to type this on your browser. This link is going to take you directly to the report. This has been analyzed and presented to you in a very minimal, what's it called? Minimal information sharing wise. You don't get access to the entire thing. What you have here is just short answers to crucial questions that will help you better your solution to the innovation challenge. Is that cool? Do we understand that? Do we understand that, guys?
Yes.
Fine. Then after this, I mean, while you do this and then the roll call is happening, I would need team members, team leaders of each team to please come to me or blessing with their team name and also individuals in their team. We need your team name and also those who are in the team. We need to identify you guys for the entire process and the competition that will be happening in the evening. Do we have any questions before I step off the stage? Again, if you missed the announcement yesterday, we need to form a team of 3 or 4, go around, actually pose team, just have some individuals you can join them. They got the link to the report, they got the link to a master slide. We need to come together and discuss what you have in that slide and then create a solution to that thing. When that's done, we need the team members to please come towards me or blessing for the team identification, basically. Thank you very much, guys.
Very interesting. People are trying to make this boring for me, but I will not let you people do that. So I want to maybe to give a little bit more because people don't seem to, I don't know. I think there's just one team on what I'm seeing. Is that a team? Is that a team, right? That's a team, yes. That's a good synergy. So What we are saying here is we need teams. If you click, you go to this link, you're going to see the report for why.
Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see.
Solutions are going to look like or should look like, and from there we can first.
Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear? A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming? A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates? What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy: a generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see. Our legacy. A generation that produces notable leaders, or one that cowers in fear. A generation who takes care of the planet, or one who indulges in practices that encourage global warming. A generation with the most healthy, diverse, and inclusive workplaces, or one that actively discriminates. What do you want this generation to be remembered for? Lead the change you want to see.
great guy. Yeah, I'm sure you want to meet him. We've been working on on creating this partnership for a long time now, and I think today will give you a lot more context to that. But Business Africa is our partner for this event, and you're going to be hearing a lot about what we have in store for you and for them. We have internship opportunities for you there. We also have money opportunities for you with Business Africa as well, becoming a scout. So, I mean, once we launch our scouting program, we're going to have you sign up where you get to fill surveys and earn money from those surveys. But today will give you a lot more context to that. But ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, please give it up for Jide from Business Africa. Jide will be speaking with us this morning about climate action and leadership, just in 15 minutes or less. And thereafter, he will introduce Business Africa, tell us exactly what Business Africa does and how a partnership or how Business Africa's partnership with ISEC would look like or it's going to be like. Thank you guys so much. Today we are open to listening to you. Hope you are ready to speak to us. Thank you. We are also live on YouTube. We are live on YouTube, so you may want to reach out to your colleagues to also join to see what we are doing here with Business Africa. Thank you so much once again today. Today, please take your time to shine, yes.
Thank you so much, folks. Hi, everyone. An absolute pleasure to be a virtual attendee and, of course, as a speaker. My name is Jide, as Felix has said. I am the global product marketing manager for Versus Africa. Versus Africa, you know, guys, what is Versus Africa? So we are essentially.
Jide, don't make this a little bit louder. Can you guys hear me? Perfect.
Well, you can hear me now. Perfect. Yeah. So I was just saying that I'm pretty sure you guys will be wondering what is Versus Africa and what is Felix talking about. And this is Jide. Now, Versus Africa is a one-stop shop for consumer insights for Africa. So we are essentially providing local and international brands a hyper-local approach at winning in Africa. So we are leveraging online and offline technologies to help support the success of businesses that are based in Africa. And we do this through essentially two methods. So we do social listening. I'm pretty sure for those of us who are social media savvy, you know what social listening is, assessment and analysis. But what makes us different from the Hootsuits, the social sprouts that we are all super accustomed to, is that we added an amazing level of understanding into our tool. So our tool is able to understand the African language, so your Pidgin English, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Swahili, Sheng, spoken in East Africa. And this is something that a lot of tools do not have, and that sets us apart. Because we noticed that conversations that happen across Africa happen in their native tongue. And on top of that, there's a lot of nuances, there's a lot of sarcasm.
Recording in progress.
That is involved when we go on Twitter, on Instagram, we see some captions or some tweets that maybe start off as plain and then it takes a different turn, but you have to be African to understand that. Now, the beauty of this is our tool is able to understand that and is able to draw the sentiment accurately. We also do another element to our business is the survey elements, which essentially draws us more in terms of resonance and relevance to what this partnership entails. So we offer ability to survey regular Africans just like myself and yours and all of you, and some questions through this. So we do this by creating a community of homegrown scouts, where these are essentially the respondents to questions that brands put out. Now, some of the clients that we work with include Arsenal Football Club. If anybody is in Muna here, I'm pretty sure you're excited because we work very closely with Arsenal. We work with Sportsbet.io, who are essentially a crypto betting platform, Fidelity Bank, Access Bank, Pizza Hut, a host of a lot of other brands across the category. So you do get surveys about different industry interests, and based off of the demographics that you responded with, and you said that you were interested in, you get surveys that are relevant to that. Now, the topic of this conversation or this class is essentially about climate change. And I may not be a climate change enthusiast or expert, but I do have a sense of what climate change is. We have been forced to sort of accept the fact that we're going through climate change. So we're seeing a lot of extreme weather. So it's either very hot or it's very cold, depending on where you are. And we get news every day of ice caps melting. There's a lot of flooding happening across the world. So this made us to sort of leverage our technology to draw a report based off of our listen and ask methodology. And I'll be sharing just some excerpts from that research that we did. If you don't mind, Felix, am I able to share my screen?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, perfect. Please let me know when you can see my screen. Perfect. So this is a report we did at the beginning of the year. As you can see, it's called the Consumer Insights 2021 Wrap-Up and 2022 Outlook Report, where essentially we looked at all the events that happened over the course of 2021, and then we looked into 2022, and we sort of predict certain trends across industry. You can check out the report on our website, www.versus.africa, and then you just go to the reports column, and then you find the report. It's the most recent report. So you see here, just go to the report. So I'm just going to share excerpts from my research that we did on the environment. Now, again, it's no secret that Africa holds massive potential in natural resources, such as land, oil, gas, wildlife. And the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, the body charged with leading strategic responses to environmental issues within the United Nations, has also maintained that economic growth and wealth creation in Africa will depend largely on just how well our resources can be managed and utilized. So obviously, a lot of things have happened over the course of the year with the Ukraine, Russia conflict, and how it's directly impacting food security. It gives us a sense of what the potential of Africa is. There's a lot of opportunities for Africa today in terms of empowering our agricultural sector, and not just the agriculture, even the agri-tech. So there's a lot of impact on the environment. There's a lot of spotlight on the environment in itself, bar the climate change itself. So there's a lot of spotlight. Now, much of the environmental damage experienced in Africa is caused by humans due to their everyday needs and activities. And we see this, even for the people who live in Lagos, for example, we kind of see that there's less and less trees around like the major and the people are now developing malls, they're developing clubs, developing eateries, all of that. And this is really affecting the environment because there are no more trees and the natural habitat for animals, and even like the opportunity to get like fresh oxygen on a daily basis. And this is evident, for example, in Nigeria, whereas on August 2021, 17 facilities were closed by NSRA for violating regulations put in place to protect the environment. So as much as the environmental encouragement is happening, there are still bodies like the NSRA who are actively looking at the environment and even going as far as to close facilities that are violating regulations. That's great, but we can always do more. Several African countries are working with various international bodies to improve the country's response against environmental damage. Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, and Liberia are working with the U.S. Agency for International Development, which has partnered with the Economic Community for West African States, ECOWAS, and the Manual River Union and the Abidjan Convention to improve the management of forests and protect species. So obviously, we realize that in Africa, especially in West Africa, there's a huge market for like bush meat. And I know a lot of us here like guilty of eating bush meat. Yeah, it's a delicacy for us. We love it. We don't mind spending thousands of naira, to enjoy our favorite bush meat. But the truth is, a lot of these animals are not being protected. And we're realizing like there's a decreasing number of even our wildlife in Nigeria. You hear about lions being I beg your pardon, elephants being spotted, in open states, and the next thing you hear is dead because somebody, has probably shot it. You hear of birds washing ashore, still alive, and then people turn it into barbecue, and then it's catering to all the suya and Lekki. You hear about turtles that wash ashore in Lekki, and then the next thing you see like area boys, pretty much just maltreating the turtle, climbing on the turtle. So like we're even on the grassroots level, there needs to be a lot of sensitization on how best to protect our species. Now in developed nations, there are like game reserves, there are active um, there are activities that are helping to protect these species. And even for hunting season, what they do is they pick a period in the year where they can hunt game, and all of it is being restricted. So it allows, like, for the majority of the year, the animals have been able to reproduce, regrow, and so they are able to control what you call the population of the animal. And because even when the animals are too much, it has a negative impact on the environment. So there has to be a balance. In any case, we need to, sort of be more conscious about it. If, as much as we can, if we can reduce our consumption of bushmeat, that would be appreciated. But I know it's a national issue. It's an international issue as well. So yeah, nations like South Africa also have partnered with USA to make climate-friendly development a reality through methods such as training and the establishment of renewable energy independent farm business. This is also a big issue. Power. In Nigeria today, we can hardly post for 12 hours of our daily. It's interesting that that has become so accustomed that we're so used to, new light, and everybody's depending on alternate sources. We have generators. Now, the issue is generators to produce carbon monoxide, which is harmful even to us and to the environment. So there's encouragement to use like renewable power such as solar energy, wind blades, things like that, but also there's the cost element. But we have a lot of industries and a lot of bodies today that are trying to make renewable energy more accessible, especially to people in remote areas in less economically buoyant areas, for lack of a better word. So that is actually helping in a lot of ways. We have companies like NTO are investing on alternate power systems for wind blades. So that's great. And the adoption is increasing, although with the inflation and with the forex rate that is depleting on a daily basis and it's increasing in terms of how much it trades, it makes it even more difficult to get. But again, it's the sensitization, it's the awareness that these alternate sources are the future. And we see that in the developed countries, a lot of cars now are coming out as electric. They're safer for the environment. There's a lot of adoption of that, and you have bodies, independent bodies who are reviewing older cars that are basically they were based on fuel or diesel consumption are now being removed as electric cars. So it's a global thing, and it's not just reliant on bodies. Each and every one of us has a role to play. So we look at the impact of COVID on the environment, which is interesting because with COVID and with how the pandemic ravaged Africa, it was reported for the first time that the poaching of rhinos did not happen at all in 2020. And if you're conversant with that, it's a huge market. There's a huge market for people who are hunting rhinos and people who are buying parts of rhinos, especially the tusks. So for the first time in history in Kenya, it did not happen in 2020. And this was attributed to the fact that there were lockdowns and people had to pretty much stay in their houses and they couldn't go into the reserves to hunt and to poach these animals. So yeah, this could be attributed to the collaboration between anti-poaching and intelligence-led operations and linked to the travel restrictions and bans that were initiated in many countries. While this could be said to be a positive thing, other hand is linked probably to the loss of jobs increase in poverty and the pressure of debt. With regards to impact as well, some findings suggest that the COVID-19 transmission is higher in polluted environments. The Office of UNEP has suggested that the best way to battle environmental damage and population recession is to invest in sustainable use of natural resources to make clean and nature-based solutions. Now, there are opportunities for the environment in Africa. Thoughts and actions have been put forward towards creating a better environment and sustaining it through climate-friendly practices, and one of them is the circular economy model. Although the history and the practice of this model are not new, the pandemic provides an opportunity for countries in Africa to bounce back economically using initiatives and opportunities stemming from the circular economy. Not to bore you too much, so here is excerpt of a research that we did where we polled 100 Kenyans to ask them their thoughts on the environment. Again, the report is on our website, www.versus.africa. You go to the reports page and then you click on the first reports. There are other reports as well on the page that could be of interest, so please take a look. But very quickly, I'm just going to run through some of the insights that we did draw from the poll. So for example, we asked 100 Kenyans, have you noticed recent changes in the traditional weather patterns in your area? Majority of them, 97.2, said yes. So obviously, it's a very glaring impact. Did you notice any tree cover? All right, thank you for this. Did you notice any tree cover in the first 5 years compared to 10 or 20 years? A lot of people said yes as well. So there are less trees compared in the recent years compared to the 10 to 20 years ago. Have you been impacted by flooding, droughts, famine, extreme cold, or hot weather, and environmental disaster? You see here, majority of people say yes. So there's a direct impact of the climate change on the everyday life of the individual. And do you believe that global warming and climate change that we see here? It's hard to say no. So you see, majority of people say yes as well. And do you think that global warming and climate change leads to that goal? Everybody said yes. Again, these are some of the insights that we're able to draw from opinions, honest opinions and honest responses from scouts, from respondents, regardless of the topics, so be it about weather change, be it about football, whatever it is may be. And you can see here people believe that planting trees, very people believe that planting trees and recycling are the best ways to curb climate change and global warming, which is very interesting. Followed by public education, again, sensitization is so critical. People need to know from like primary schools to secondary schools, we need to start making the awareness there. And when we ask how confident people are that there will be healthy natural environment in 100 years for the coming generation, a lot of people say not confident. So this is a sad reality of things. And we just have to look out for our kids and our grandkids. We have to make sure that they come into an environment that is healthy and there's somewhere where they can coexist and continue to reproduce. So it's so important that we take this sensitization very, very interesting. Now, for lack of time, I can't go into the last two, so I urge you to please go on our website, the media report. Again, it covers a lot of topics from technology to people development, environment, of course, marketing, and a lot of other hot topics, music as well, investments, and obviously looking ahead into the year. Thank you so much, guys, for having me. I really appreciate it. It's an absolute honor to be with you guys. I'm very excited that we are now partnered with YSF. So obviously, we'll be able to leverage each and every one of you to continue to build our community of scouts. Again, we only ask that you answer questions honestly, and for each question that you answer, you're able to earn credits and catch up once you're able to accrue enough. So it also serves as a very, very great way to have as So looking forward to working with you guys on a much closer capacity. I hope that we continue to maintain correspondence. I am available also on LinkedIn. You can look out for me on LinkedIn, GDF, and you can add and you can have further conversations about anything. But yeah, thank you so much for this. We really appreciate this.
Thank you, Jide. Again, thank you. You guys give it up for Jide, please. Thank you, Jide. Thank you, Jide, for that. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, thank you, Jide, for that. Can you hear?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. I mean, I'll be explaining this how program to the audience here very, very soon. And I'm sure that if you're able to provide me with that link we talked about, I can share with them as well here. So they could, of course, go ahead and register. We can have like a lot of people register to discuss for West Africa. And that can only happen if you can share with me the link, the referral link, for YSF, so that they will able to count for us and also count for the partnership as well. Thank you, Jide.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy
Yes.
the rest of the day.
Thank you. Bye.
Speak soon.
Guys, give up Jide again, please. Okay. All right, so guys, just so you don't bore you with a lot of a lot of information. I would want us to really come back here to look at what we have here. See if we can come back to your puzzle. I want to see if you can come back to your puzzle, but that would be after a section that will, I mean, a keynote that will be taken by Stanley. Stanley is going to take his time and fix it himself. Just got in. Except you already. Cool, yes, problem. Stanley's going to be with us shortly, but while he's getting ready, I want to also inform you that we have the founder of Africado in the building. He's going to be also a part of us this afternoon. Let's give it up for him, please. Yes. And Stanley, of course, is the country director for one campaign in Nigeria. Guys, give it up for Stanley. Yes, Stanley, okay. One campaign is the biggest spender anyway, so they helped us a whole lot with managing bringing you here and acknowledging you as well. So they are the biggest spender. Guys, give it up for one campaign, please. And like I mentioned earlier, there is a job. I mean, there's a section you're supposed to fill. I'll be sharing that. Okay, so Stanley will talk about that again when it comes on stage. And I'll share that doc with you because if the link will be about it, so you can go ahead and fill. For those of you who have not filled it, kindly help us in making our voices louder and making our voices heard, by proper stakeholders and also the government as well. I'm sharing that with you guys on the screen in in Abuja, September 2021, right? And we had a few conversations, and I'm happy that I was a part of that conversation that we had, Stanley, honestly. I'm happy that Isaac also was part of that conversation that we had. And I'm looking forward to seeing us, of course, blossom that conversation we had into something very magnificent, right? So guys, this is Stanley. Stanley is the Nigerian director for One Campaign. He's also, he has about 10 years of experience managing development programs and policy reforms in civil society and government. Stanley served as a senior expert to the World Bank on civil society and open government. Again, Stanley is a very great guy. He will be speaking to us about climate action and leadership today. Sorry, I beg your pardon. He's going to be speaking with us around climate action and your roles in it. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Stanley. Give it up for Stanley, guys.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry, being behind. Had a bit of emergency, so that was why I'm late. Um, Happy to support Isaac. We are partners, and as a former Isaacer, I was an Isaacer when I was in university. So this is really a pleasure to be back here. Actually, the last ISEC gathering I went to was in maybe 2006 or 7, and that was in Badagry. It was a national conference. Was it national conference or national leadership conference? I'm not sure. But it was in Badagry. It was maybe 2006 or 2007. I am not sure now. So I was an Iceka in Port Harcourt. I went to school in Uniport. Served as vice president for human resources. So I'm within family, right? I can still be considered an Iceka. Yeah. Okay, great. Always an Iceka, yes. I was in ISEC when I was in ISEC, do you guys know Femi Longa? Femi Longa was the national president of ISEC. Femi Longa is the co-founder of City Hub in Lagos. One year ago, when I graduated from school in the UK, my first job was in the startup after my master's. My first job was in the startup in City Hall. So I was with Tunji and Femi and all the rest of them. So it felt like an ISEC reunion as well. So just saying so that you know that ISEC people do great things. right?
Yes, 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 yes.
Um, so, when you gave this template, they said, say some fun fact about you, and they love suffering. I said, Arsenal fan. Yeah, so love suffering. It's really a love suffering relationship with Arsenal. So I'll be talking about climate change and the role that us as young people can play. In fact, I'll call myself a young person. Um, and the role we can play in mitigating against the impact of climate change um, in the world, not just in Nigeria. I'm going to start with, is anyone familiar with this term,
Yes.
climate change? If you're familiar with this term, just raise your hand, even if it's vaguely. If you've heard about it, vaguely. Global warming, you've heard about it, vaguely aware of them. Climate action, you know about climate action. I want to see your hand up, so I know how many people in the room are filled in. Um, have you heard of the United Nations Framework for Convention on Climate Change and the Conference of Parties? Have you heard? Have you heard of COP22, COP19? Have you heard of that?
No.
Okay. So this is an annual conference mostly held in Glasgow, in Scotland. It's a UN conference where countries come together to discuss climate change and actions that needs to be taken. Have you heard of Paris Agreement?
Yes.
If you have heard of Paris Agreement, raise your hand. I want to see how many people are aware of that. And do you know what nationally determined contributions are? Anyone? No. Alright, we're not starting from Brazil. I think you're familiar with the few of the terms. So climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather. And we can feel it, right? These days when it gets hot, it gets extremely hot, right? And then the rains are very heavy. If you live in places like Lagos, or even people that live in Kogi and all of those middle belt area feel the impact of heavy rainfall, right? I think it was in 2014 that we had the biggest flood that impacted about 11 states. Remember the flood incident that ravaged about 11 states and had a lot of displaced persons, right? So we feel the impact of climate change, the changes in weather patterns. Suddenly it's raining in December, something that we should be in Hamatan, right? All of a sudden, in some parts of the country, you see that it's raining. Um, in other countries, it's extreme weather, heavy snow or extreme heat, as you're experiencing in Europe at the moment. Although such shifts can occur naturally, but scientists have suggest that human activities are responsible. It's the things that we do as humans that is responsible for these changes in climate. And this is likely due to use of fossil fuel, the fuel we use in our car, the diesel and all of those things. Contribution, the burning of stuff also leads to contribute heavily to this. So it's also, it's also very important that we understand that it's not just fossil related activities. It's not like only people that drive cars that contribute to it. Heavy factories, things like your refineries, gas flaring for those from the Niger Delta region. We know the impact of gas flaring. I went to actually, like I said, right from my university campus, I used to see heavy fire in very far distant places where they're burning unused gas. Those things contribute to climate change as well. So it's not just that we're using cars, there are a lot of things that contribute to climate change, and it happens everywhere in the world. The way it impacts us is different from the way it impacts people in the US. In parts of the US, it's extreme weather like flood, tornadoes, and all of the rest. In other parts, forest fire. If you follow the news, places like Australia also experiencing differently. Places like Canada is extreme cold and heavy snow as well. So every region feel the impact of climate change differently. Here in Africa, our impact is a bit different. It's not just in terms of weather changes, it's also in terms of our ability to compete globally. And news reports, as you can see on the screen, talks about some of these changes. One headline says African countries spending billions to cope with climate crisis. And I will talk about who's contributing the most to this climate crisis. And now says climate change doubles chance of South African floods that killed 405 people analysis show. And the other headline says deaths showcase African nations' ability to respond to climate change. So these are some of the news reporting on climate change. So it's associated with temperature spikes, rising sea levels, habitat loss, all of which contribute to more frequent and intense extreme weather events. Although climate-related disasters take place all over the world, it is particularly detrimental for countries that lack financial power to sort of tackle the impact. Abroad, if there is flooding, there is insurance, there is government support. Here, when there is flooding, we are left to our own devices, right? So it is especially more difficult for poor countries to respond to climate change than it is for rich countries. And I was talking about who are the people that contribute the most to this climate change. Historically and currently, the biggest carbon emitters are US, China, and the European Union countries, EU countries, Europe, UK, US, China. They are the biggest contributors to climate change. Of course, considering their size and level of consumption, it means that they are the ones also polluting our earth more than any other country, right? But like I said in the previous slide, the impact is felt the most here, especially because we do not have the wherewithal to sort of respond and take care of our citizens when this impact hits. So also in terms of vulnerable climate, this is something that shows who is who is who is most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Remember I said in the previous slide that the biggest contributors are US, China, European Union. Africa contributes the lowest on our continent. When you look at the bottom there, Africa contributes the lowest, the least in terms of climate change. But who feels the impact the most? If you look at the way the map is colored, the red countries are the ones that are most at risk, and the green countries are the ones that are least at risk of the impact of climate change. Now, I want us to look at this carefully. First, remember that I said the countries that contribute the most. United States is at the top, followed by China, followed by European Union, followed by UK, followed by the rest of the world, followed by India, and the list is Africa, right? We're the ones that contribute the least. Now, who feels the impact the most? Let's look at what the map says. You see the countries in darker shade of red are mostly in Africa, right? They are mostly in Africa. The countries that are in green are the countries, the United States, the Canada, the European Union countries, right? They're the ones in green, they're the ones that feel the least impact. We are the ones that contribute the most, while we're the ones that contribute the least, we're the ones that feel the most impact. You see the imbalance I'm talking about, right? So it's important that we see we view these things within the context in which this conversation is had. So whether we talk about climate action, we're usually referring to actions aimed at limiting it, right? It was one of the things I brought up when we started. So climate action is the things we do to limit the impact of climate change. Now we're referring to actions aimed at limiting greenhouse gas emission in the atmosphere, or helping communities to adapt to the negative impact of climate change, which is adaptation. So what I mentioned, one is mitigation, the other one is adaptation, right? So what is the mitigation? It's about changing our mode of transport. It's about converting from fossil fuel-based transport means to electric or low carbon. A lot of countries are now adapting to electric cars, right? So it's about those changes, waste reduction, is about recycling. Before everybody dumped everything into the same waste and we burn. Now we're talking about recycling, separating the waste, letting those that can decay naturally, what we need to recycle, rather than sort of contributing to climate change. Waste management, renewable energy, efficient energy efficient buildings. People are not talking about using natural lighting in buildings rather than having a sealed off building and having to consume a lot of electricity. Adaptations are like emergency management, the things we can't control, we can't mitigate against those ones we must live with it. So we have to think about emergency management, climate resilient buildings, preparing for sea level rise. For those in Lagos, the constant threat of flooding, wildlife resilience, preserving our wildlife and all of those things, and preparing for sea, and also doing things like water conservation and public engagement around how we respond to the environment. So, and then the next thing I want to talk about is the framework I mentioned. Issues, policies, and commitments related to climate actions are discussed and negotiated upon by countries within the United Nations framework for Convention on Climate Change. So that is the conference called Conference of Parties. It holds almost every 2 years, mostly in Glasgow, where countries meet together to discuss how we can mitigate collectively, what collective actions can countries take to mitigate climate change. Um, the the next COP will be held in Egypt from the 8th to the 20th of November. That will be the COP27, making the only second time an African country will be hosting this conference. So the most significant accord to emerge from this COP, remember, they meet almost every other year or every 2 years, but the most significant outcome, because it feels sometimes it feels like the talking shop, right? But the most significant action is what we call the Paris Agreement, when that brings to countries, because it's almost very impossible for these countries to agree on anything. China will say, look, we're not the ones contributing the most, it's America's responsibility to cut down this or that. America will say, oh, China is not doing this. So they never agree on anything. Every year they meet, every 2 years they meet, they never agree on anything, right? But only once were they able, during the Paris meeting, were they able to agree on anything substantial, which is called the Paris Agreement, and it was in 2015. And under that Paris Agreement, countries committed to reducing or limiting global warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius above the industrial levels by 2050. This is also very significant because with what they have, with the target they have set, countries have shown that net zero emissions target, if they achieve it, in their policies, in their actions, in their public pledge, if they take this step, we can go back to the level of our weather before pre-industrial area, but it will not step the time, it will not stop what is happening, but it will sort of slow it down a bit. As part of that agreement, countries must define and submit plans for how they will contribute to this objective. Nigeria already signed up to the agreement, for instance, and a few other countries in Africa have also signed up. And they must show the impact of their actions as they make this commitment. The commitment they make is what is referred to as nationally determined contribution. You know, I asked that question at the beginning. Do we know what NCDS means, right? You remember when I asked if you know, that was the last thing I raised at the opening, nationally determined contribution, and not quite a few people in the room knew what this was. So the nationally determined contribution is what we help, sorry, is what we help countries reduce their contribution to climate change. And is evaluated every 5 years. Your commitment is evaluated every 5 years. Several high income and upper middle income countries have set targets to achieve net zero emissions through this the process as well. So why should all of this graph, why should it matter to you? All of this data that I'm sharing, why should it matter to you? First of all, climate change is a challenge to the well-being and prosperity of present and future generation. And we already feel it here, right? Even us in the present will feel it. So imagine if this trajectory continues in the near future, where we will likely be. How our leaders deal with climate change today will shape our foreseeable future. If we do not address climate change now, it will likely be the leading cause of extreme poverty in the coming decade, and it will affect those in low income, especially in Africa, and the marginalized groups as well. The other reason why you should care, or why this matter, is that the negative effects of climate change are already clear and present danger in many African countries. Millions in the horns of Africa, in the horn of Africa, experiencing food insecurity. Do not think about climate change as just the extreme weather, hot and cold. Also, researchers are now examining the reason for the farmer-header conflict we have in Nigeria. You know, you hear about all of the headsmen, they have killed somebody here, they killed somebody. Researchers are now looking into how that connects to climate change, right? The cattle rearers have moved their cattle to greener area because of the impact of desertification up north all the way up to the Sahara Desert, right? So in many African countries, especially in Southern Africa, like Mozambique and Malawi and South Africa, this impact is already present in their daily life. Also, Africa's assets, including youth, risk getting left behind in an increasing green global economy. And this is extremely important because around the world, jobs are turning green. Jobs that pollute the earth are no longer in fashion. People are turning to solar, wind sort of energy generation to power homes and all of that. They're giving up fossil fuel, right? But we're likely to be left behind because, and I'll give you a practical example you can relate to. Most of the cars we drive in Nigeria are used cars, right? They are second-hand cars, the Cooper, Belgium, whatever we call them, right? Most of our cars are second-hand. Now, the developed countries where we get our second-hand cars are transitioning to electric cars. Some have set targets of 2030, 2040, right? So imagine when we get to 2030, 2040, and these cars are phased out. So the only available used cars are electric cars, right? Imagine electric cars in Nigeria. Do you have electricity in your homes? To have spare for cars, right? Where will you charge it? So you set out to drive from here to Kaduna, midway, the battery runs out, you are stranded. There is no charging ports on the express route, right? So it is a clear and present data. So we shouldn't imagine it as just only weather changing. It's also because the world is going green. They are transitioning to greener economy, and we are part of the world, but we'll be left behind if we do not take quick and immediate action now. But the good thing is that a lot of times when we say people are going green, the usual response you get is that it means it will lead to job losses. So imagine saying do not use fuel anymore. Somebody will say, oh, so it means that the fuel attendants and the petrol stations will be out of jobs, right? But there are greater opportunities in green area than the fossil fuel area. The oil industry is not the highest employer of labor in a place like Nigeria, even though our economy is largely reliant on the crude oil export and the oil and gas industry, right? A bulk of our source of revenue comes from that sector, but it does not create as many jobs as the green job in a solar farm and all of those we will produce. So it's also very important that we also know that about 130 million people will likely go into extreme poverty by 2030, right? Nigeria is already the capital of the poverty capital of the world. So imagine by 2030 it's going to get worse. So we can only continue to add people to the extreme poverty bracket rather than taking steps to limit that. So two times the rate of by which the fifth of African countries is warming in comparison to the global average. So we're not because we're not contributing. Right now we're not contributing as much because we're not as developed as the other countries, right? As we continue to improve and develop our country, it means that we continue to contribute more to the process as well. 15 million, the number of African youth expected to enter the job market each year. And with the extreme conditions that we continue to see, things can only get worse if we do not take action today. So we need to think about how do we create opportunities for the young people that are going on. Already we need 15 million jobs. Here in Nigeria, we need 3 million jobs every year. We don't create up to 300,000 jobs a year in this country, but we need 3 million every year. So the chances that there will be more young people out of job, and the statistics released by the National Bureau of Statistics, even though people question, say that 33% of the population they are out of jobs. That's extremely high, and some have argued that the reason we have all of the insecurities we have is that there are really able-bodied young men who are available, who are jobless, and are available to join in all of the security issues that we face, be Boko Haram, to the unknown gunmen, to bandits, wherever part of the country you are in, there is a group of armed people terrorizing ordinary citizens. And one key reason is because they have no stake in the economy, right? They have no stake. If I have a job and you're trying to come in Abuja, I'll be like, oh, if you do this, I'll be out of job, right? But if somebody doesn't have a job, be like, whatever, politics is not my business, right? So because a lot of young people do not have a stake in the economy, they are taking up arms, and things can only get worse if we do not take specific actions now. So Africa is the most youthful continent, and the youthful age will continue to grow. There's no chance that the number of young people on the continent will be reduced. In countries like UK, the ratio of young to old people is on the high side for the older people, right? People like Canada, that's why Canada is always, when every few minutes you hear of a family member who is moving to Canada. Canada is looking for people because they also have spaces that people are not taking up, right? So they are looking around the world to attract young people, especially young people with families, because the population is aging very quickly. And this is the same for a lot of the developed countries. So, but for Africa, our population is the other way. We have more young people than we have of older people, meaning that there will always be skilled, ready, able-bodied young people ready to work. But there will be little to no opportunity for them to apply their skill or their energy to useful production. So it's extremely important that we take steps to create opportunities for young people on the continent. It's projected that climate scenarios show that if the climate change is left unaddressed by our leaders, Africa's youth will be disproportionately bear the consequences. Despite this, they are often underrepresented in the development and implementation and review of policies, actions, and commitments. We have no say in how government plans to respond. Whatever they say, we are at the mercy of government. They do not want to allow us to contribute. The older people are still making decisions about the future of younger people, especially here on the continent. And this is, very obvious when you look at the average age of the African leader. They are always in their 70s and 80s, making decisions for us for our next 10, 15 years that they likely will not be part of. So what can we do? What can we do to engage in climate action? And the first thing I would say is that we need to show up and be counted. We need to become advocates for climate change actions so that government is not making empty promises. And I'll give you an example of empty promises here in Nigeria. Even though we have committed to the Paris Agreement, right? There is no evidence that there is a concerted effort within government to tackle climate change here in Nigeria. And the one sector where you see the impact is our oil and gas industry, right? Every other time there is a pipeline breakage leading to this type of crude oil into the environment. Niger Delta area is one key area. Another example is our gas flaring policy. Every other time when government puts a limit to gas flaring, when that deadline comes, government moves it forward. There is no sanction on oil and gas operators to stop gas flaring. In fact, it is to the benefit of the Nigerian government to continue to allow them to operate freely. In fact, this is the easiest place for them to operate. Their only challenge is the security. Otherwise, the government is so large that they can get away with whatever they want. The other thing that we need to do is to seize global momentum around climate action. This is a hot topic around the world. Every year at the UN General Assembly, this forms part of the key acts. For us as young people here in Nigeria, on the continent, we need to add our voice to pressure our government here to take action so that it's not just a talking shop because as someone with experience working in government, it's a lot more easier for them to say, oh, we're traveling abroad for climate summit. For them, it's not because of the outcome of the summit, it's an opportunity to end extra group, right? Because nobody holds them accountable for outcome. You go to Paris, you reach an agreement, you sign up for the agreement, you come home, you continue to live your life as if you have no commitment made. So it is up to us as young people to begin to sort of join the global momentum around the world, to speak up and ask our leaders here on the continent, especially here in Nigeria, to do more about climate change. Especially when you think about climate change as it relates to your opportunity as a young person. Your chances of getting a job depends on how the climate is. If the climate change continues to have bad growth, continues to limit our opportunities, when you leave school, there is a chance that you be among the unemployed, underemployed, or unemployed young people that we have in the country. So it is important that we all join and speak up now. So that's what I call for a good example of is when the NSAS protest happened. Your youth voices was very loud, right? And the government responded by disbanding the SAS unit. So it's important that we take action. Things like the job campaign that we have launched, and we're asking young people to add their voices to it. It's part of our effort to pressure world leaders. For instance, the G7 will be meeting this weekend in Germany. Our colleagues are out there in Germany protesting and asking them to fulfill the commitments they made, right? And there are young people like you who support the work that one campaign does, who are out there every day raising their voice and asking the world leaders to not just gather to, make promises, backslap on each other and take pictures and make news and go home. That the previous commitments they made, they need to take action and fulfill them. So we're asking you to sign a petition because for those that can't be there, join us in signing petition. Things like the job charter we have includes extensive component that deals with green economy and green jobs that will create opportunity for young people, right? So we need to all join our voices to take action. Collective action is the only thing we can do as young people. We need to pressure government to do more to end climate change or to mitigate against the impact of climate change, especially for us where we have little to no backup. And it's extremely important that we remember that we have little to no backup here on the continent. If there is flooding, there is no government support to help us to recover. If there is a heat wave and people are dying, and that's likely going to happen, and we've seen that a lot in Europe, where the heat is so severe that people die out of the extreme heat that you face. We don't even have electricity supply to power fan or air conditioners, right? In a developed country like Dubai, when you go into a bus station, it's air conditioned. Here, you don't even have power to power at home. It's now say bus stop, there is air condition at the bus stop, right? We are most likely going to feel the impact if we do not start to take action today and demand more from our government. So the future is in our hand, and it's up to us to raise our voices and ask government to take action. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Oh, so he's actually talking about the job charter a bit. So last for about 2 years now, we've been sort of thinking extensively about job creation opportunities for young people on the continent. In fact, we started off during the AU summit, where we gathered about 70 young people from across the continent to say what are the key priorities for young people on the continent, and job was number one. Then in 2019, leading up to the election, we partnered with YSF to do a survey to ask Nigerians what are your key priorities for election in 2019. The result of that, and normally you know Nigerians, we're usually divided along ethnic, tribal, religious lines, right? But on this survey, across the country, above every other thing on the survey, everybody agreed that job creation opportunities should be a priority for the government that gets elected in 2019. Remember, this is 2019. Then COVID happened and made job situation worse. A lot of people, and I know people personally, who lost their job during COVID and have not been able to return to work, right? So we are even in a worse situation than we were in 2019 as of today. So we decided to do extensive consultation, brought together about 50 CSOs across 7 countries, consulted extensively to say, look, how do we tackle the challenge of job creation on the continent? And we came up with a job charter, and if you look at the website now, so I just wanted to show you. So you can go to jobsnowafrica.org. You will see the charter we have put together on the website. You also see about our partners and stakeholders in this, and then you can take action. We are partnered with more than 50 NGOs from across the continent to put together this charter, and I'll show you very briefly what the charter is. The charter outlines 5 key areas that we think we need to take action. Just so you know, to pull up the charter. So the charter is, this is a summary of the charter. We call on African governments and non-state partners to commit to these priority actions. We want to create decent jobs, to facilitate doing business and provide necessary infrastructure, to harness youth potential and secure jobs for future generations, and to ensure safe and dignified employment. and to also include openness, transparency, and accountability by listening to young people and their concerns of the continent. So you can look at the full chapter is there, you can download the full chapter here and look at the details of this call to action. We are currently sort of engaging African leaders. Last month during the conference of finance ministers in Dakar, our colleagues in Dakar were present with all the ministers of finance from all the African countries where we highlighted this. We will also be talking to the African heads of state during the AU summit in Addis Ababa about this chapter as well. So essentially, what we're asking African leaders is just to take these 5 easy steps to sort of make sure that youth employment is tackled on the continent. That's essentially what the job chapter talks about. So please, I encourage you to go on the website. You can also, more importantly, sign the petition because we are delivering these petitions to the African leaders. So if you go to add your name among those that are asking them to take specific action, all you just need to do, we're targeting 100,000 signatures. So please do, I encourage you, please simply sign this petition. It's very easy and straightforward. All you just need to do is include your name, your email address, state where you are, and Nigeria is the country where you are. We're doing this all over Africa. So please, this recently launched campaign, we're encouraging you, please take action. It's very simple. In a minute or two, you can join your voices in helping us get 100,000 signatories so that we can get the African leaders to act on it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Stanley, for helping us understand a bit more about our engagement in climate actions. Before we go to the next place with Mr. Ojeka Richardson, who is also an alumnus of YSF in Abuja, I would want to I want to entertain you guys a little bit, but I would have to move that a little bit further. But for now, just so we don't take so much time, I want to invite, of course, a very important person in the house as well. One of the speakers that was introduced yesterday, he was to speak straight yesterday, but unfortunately, he had, I think, for him, he was fortunate, for us, he was unfortunate. Because he sort of had two stuff going on for him yesterday. Yes, I will be inviting Mr. Richardson Jeka, the founder of Ricardo, to come share with us a few things about if you experience sharing, just so that be an experience sharing for us, because he's a young person and we are all young people in the living. We want to know how his experience has been working with young people, as a young person. So he will share the experience with us here. And we're going to have you ask the questions if you have any questions to ask. But before I go on inviting him to the stage, I'll just read his bio that we have here. So Richard Snojeka is a leading entrepreneur, business coach, and growth hacker. Okay, he's committed to helping startup companies and also organizations to grow virally. Richard Snojeka is the founder and CEO of Africa Foundation and also serves as the principal partner of Africa Business Consult. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not so busy, please give it up for Mr. Richard Snojeka.
Yeah, I said, thank you so much for the warm reception. I feel at home. Last time I was in ISEC conference, ISEC event was 2018. That was very recent compared to Sistan's experience. And please put your hands together one more time for Mr. All right, let's appreciate the President. Felix, thank you very much for putting this together with your entire agenda team. Being in this position, not as a national president, but I organize events in Isaac and know how tedious it was. I know it's not easy. I also want to appreciate my own family, Isaac and Puja. God bless you. I'm very invested for organizing this, for facilitating this. And I want to thank all the partners for making it possible. Africano being part of the partners also. And thank you one more time to Mr. Stanley. I'll tell you a short story. It's a very interesting story. So this is the operations team for Africano. Who just got this? So I got to the university in 2014 and I did remedials. So after my remedials, you got question, what next? What next? What do I do? So just being explore. And anyone who knows me very well knows I like to work in the night. I was taking a stroll to the university of Abuja, really campus. And God bless you. He told me that for someone like you, you should join either of two organizations in the school. I said, okay, tell me. So the first is NANS. I said, what is NANS? He said, National Association of Nigerian Students. So what do they do? So they are politically inclined, they fight for students' rights and all, and they get money from politicians. You get to get a lot of money from NANS. Very good. I like money. What's the second one? He said it's ISEC. The second one is ISEC. He said it's an international youth organization for foundation development, and that you will spend your money, but you get value from money. And I said I want to spend my money. So I joined ISEC. But I asked him the question. He was in final year then, and I was just finishing remedials. So why are you not a member of ISEC and NAS? He said, these were the mistakes he made, and he wants me to correct them. So this is someone who is a good guy, a good mentor, right? Doesn't want to make the same mistakes that he made. And I really appreciate it because ISEC taught me a lot. I met a lot of beautiful people in ISEC. Some of them are here. See you later. So I'm here to share my experience with you starting with Africano. And Africano started in 2014. I just finished from the school. And I wanted to try my hands on some few things. I'm not going to share the story because my book is coming out next week. And the story of how I started Africano is coming out in that book. So I would like you to write the book and read it. I know they like money, right? All right. When I started Africano in 2014, it was a lot of uncertainties. I didn't know what I was doing. I just wanted to help people. And we kept on till now. So it's been fantastic. We have about 20 staff. And I'm so happy that two of them are here. Two of the staff are ISECers. I hired two ISECers. Jonathan is one of us. And there's another one who's called Israel. He also is staff of Africa. I'll tell you two stories. The first is Eagles to Fly. So there's a man called James Eman, an old time guy. He was the first principal of Akimota College in London, in Ghana. He was one of the guys that fought for independence. But we're fighting for anything, any worthy cause. We fight on all fronts, right? One campaign is fighting for job creation in Africa. right? Nigeria, that's the cost of obviously. Some other people are recruiting, some other people, so the different costs. So James Iman Penny Average job was he was a very good political writer and academician. He told the story of the bird. I'm going to paraphrase the story. He said a naturalist went to visit his friend who was a farmer. And the friend was a bird farmer. So when the naturalist went to the farm, he saw a very big bird. And he said, this is not a chicken. The guy said, yes, it is not a chicken. It was an eagle fed on chicken feed, and now it is a chicken. The naturalist said, no, that can't be possible. Once an eagle, always an eagle. He took the bird up and threw it to the sky to see if it would fly. He took the bird up and threw it. The bird fell down and made a big sound on the ground. The naturalist looked at him, and the farmer looked at him and laughed. He said, I told you, once an eagle, now fed on chicken feed, now a chicken. The naturalist came back 2 days later, took the bird, and I said, I want to show you that once an eagle, always an eagle. Faced it up to the sky, and the bird began to see other eagles. Something started happening inside the eagle. He tried to fly, but has fed on chicken feed for too long. Couldn't fly. Threw it up, it fell down again. And the farmer said, told you, once an eagle, now fed on chicken feed, now a chicken. 1 week later, the naturalist came back, picked the bird up, faced it up to the sun for so long. Eagles saw at the sight of flight, and it looked up for so long, it threw it up in the sky, flapped its wing, went, and never came back. And they said, I told you, once an eagle, always an eagle. That is the story of the African. That is the story of the African young man. We are born as genius. We are inherently very smart. Have you ever wondered how someone graduates in the third class of the school, but then he goes to do his postgraduate in the school in UK, in London, in America, and he finishes the first class? That is because once an eagle,
Always on it.
God bless you.
No.
We are born inherently as stars, but something has happened to us. Some people mess with us. Some generations that are there before us, they messed with our genetic, told us lies, fed us rubbish, and now we have accepted that we are chickens. But no, are we chickens?
No.
What are we?
Eagle.
God bless you. I'm going to move from there to tell you about my experience with young people. Young, smart, beautiful, intelligent Nigerians. And I've worked with them since 2014 to now. And I can say that what is 2014 to 2020? How many years is that? 2022 rather, I confused you, I'm sorry. That's 8 years. The degree costs how many years? 4 years. Masters and that. So I think I can say I'm a doctor of young people. Because I have a doctorate working with them. The positive experience working with young people is this. Number one, they have time. Young people have time, they don't have money. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me brief you now.
Shots fired.
I will abuse you if you have money. They have time and they have money. So what happens if they have time? And a lot of my staff do this, I will just call you. Hello, where are you? And this is like 10 p.m. on Saturday night. I'm at home. I tell people I come to the office right now. Please forgive me. I cannot assure you that I'll not do it, I'll keep doing it, just accommodate you. I keep doing that a lot. Jonathan has been I had a special of that. They have time. So what it means is that when you have time, you can get more done, right? You can get more done with time. Sometimes, as an entrepreneur, the availability of your time can cover up for resources. Time is money, two of us. Good. Next is that they are trainable and available. A young man just went to university. He probably doesn't know Jack because he wasn't taught Jack in school. He's open to learning. And I keep saying this. A lot of times, masters don't work with people who are skilled. They work with the available. And if they are available, it's teachable. Then anything is attainable. Then, fire today. They are also innovative because of social media. They're saying opportunities. They want to do things newly, right? I'm not going to ask you which political party you belong to, but I'm sure you want to change. Because young people are literally what? Innovative. If you have an old person and you have a young person, who are you going to want to give opportunity for innovation for? Exactly. But if you need to maintain a standard, what do? You bring an older person in, right? Because it's more experienced. Thank you very much. The next is they like to take initiative and they are risk takers. The young person, oh man, oh there. If I tell you, I had a good experience that's supposed to be good, but it turned out terrible. One day, we were just talking about this guy was learning how to program, and we're doing the job for the client. You know how programming is. So over the night, he has this idea in his head that he can really revamp the website for the client. This website are being built, they were building it for close to 3 weeks. And this young guy uses innovative a lot, came to his computer in the night and scattered the entire code. He wanted to be innovative. So yes, they are very, very big risk takers. That's a big risk, right? And in a different circumstance, I would have sacked him. I would have fired. Is there a better word to use instead of sack or fire?
Let him go.
And again, oh, we did, and I did it, make him up. Somebody say something again. Kick him out. Kick him out. I had a man that used to say, I was sending you to my house. Sending to your papa's house. So yeah, I mean, we have laid him off, but I like the word laying him off. That laying him off is nice. Sorry, I'm so sorry about to lay you off. Sorry? It doesn't make it doesn't mean bad. It doesn't mean the different language. Yeah, and then one thing about young people is that they bring youthfulness and vibrancy to work. So we used to celebrate all our staff, all of them celebrate their birthdays. And one day, so I carried the culture, as a leader you have to carry the culture. If you want people to celebrate people, you have to be the first to celebrate them, right? If you want to be celebrated, you have to be the first to celebrate. He that wants friends must first appear as friendly. So everything is relationship, for example. So we celebrate their birthdays, have these events with them and all. So one day, this guy wanted to show me that, oh man, you are too old fashioned. This guy my red diary, can you read it off? Till date, I still write on that diary. In fact, this is my second diary this year, because I write a lot. This guy is my team when to get me a tablet. I said, okay, I'm tired of you doing things like an old man. You're going to be using tablet from now on. So my team wanted to show me that they were smart and young. I said, okay, good. When the guy came in, he was talking about Mr. Ben. He's married. He came to the work around 8, he was over by 9, so he came for men. There were trumpeters on the ground, there were guys with violin and all, and they were blowing trumpet, happy birthday, and they were dancing. So the trumpet was not just a thing, they now switched it to Fuji. Happy birthday to you. can't find that in Ministry of Works. Please don't fire me. But then we also have not so good experiences. The first is that they lack experience. And so they're going to be complaining for trial and error. Two of us. Clients don't want to know that they are using them for lab rats, as lab rats. Now, the lab experience. Next is that they are not real. The young person is ambitious, two of us. Very ambitious. So what is he going to do? He's going to next big organization. Oh, damn, so I'm better than I got this job in 2 weeks. Let me drop my hand at UN. It's not better than jobs. Don't feel that. So they are always looking for the next big organization, the next greener grass, the next greener pasture. And so it's difficult to build your organization because a lot of times when you build your organizations around and you system around someone, you spend 2-3 years training the person, looking for a better job. And I think it's very fair. It's very fair because starting as an entrepreneur, you don't have the money to pay for an expert, two of us. And so you're going to have to manage him, right? He doesn't want to work, he wants to work in a big organization because he has bigger needs right now, right? I know with the advent of this cybercrime, Yahoo, oppression and all, Instagram, you're working so hard in the organization, going to work by 10 a.m., 10 p.m., and somebody else is not doing as much as you are, is driving a big car, you also want that, right? So you want to apply for big organizations. So young people are definitely going to look for the next big job. It's part of life. But then, if you have people in your organization leading you to bigger companies, for us, it's success. You have to, he said that the lizard, when he fell down from the tree, he looked around and nobody was clapping for him, but what did he do? He nodded and carried himself and went up. So, but for we in Africa, we see it as growth. Why? Throughout the time when he came, he didn't have the skill to attract a big company. But he has spent 2-3 years now, and he's able to grow to attract big organizations that can hire him. Every time I see the last banner here, PwC, those guys took 3 of my staff. Is there any PwC guy here? Very good. So for us, all this is together. Now we will talk after. For us, it's a win because our staff, it means that we recruit good staff, and it means that we train them to be very good. Because PwC are big guys, they don't take anyhow people. You have to be really good. In fact, you have to be a first class for a very strong team. And that is the disposable we recruit here in Africa also. Last week, one of our staff came to tell us that she got a job with multinational. And it's funny. You know why it's funny? She was crying and telling me, oh, I'm going to miss this. That's like, she don't know before you apply. They apply for the job. So it's a win, but I'd rather have her in the organization than let her go, right? But then it's going to help her journey in life and fulfillment. Oh, definitely I'm going to support it. We've had people who came and said, I have this idea working while here, and I want to implement it. And I said, okay, what do you need? Sometimes I'll say, what do you need apart from money? Apart from money, what do you need? Tell them that. So one time we give them financial support. Because we believe that if you are successful and I am successful and I am successful, and everybody is successful, we have a beautiful community, right? I've never seen that the plane crash because it hit themselves in the air. If you are still in anything, 20 years, 2 planes collided in the air. I'm yet to see. The sky is big enough for everyone to. They have terrible attitude to work. Terrible attitude to work, a lot of them. Because, of course, they have. One. Of course, they have. They do not understand what the workplace is, right? And so you see someone in the office create this one. Sometimes they don't even know how to dress to work. They don't understand work etiquette. So you have to spend time to train them to behave like the type of organization that you want to do. And you know what they say? If you don't train them, you can't eat them. If you don't train them, you can't. So you learn something today. I'll send you the invoice. The final story. Um, Midas touchdown. There's a man, a very big guy. He's a king. And you know what, what those kings in those times were doing? All powerful. You can't tell me nonsense. If not, about prayer. He had a dream and he saw the genie. And the genie asked him, you have one wish. Anything you want. But this king loves gold. That's his addiction. He loves gold so much. And he said, I want to have a golden touch. Anything I touch should be gold. He asked him, did you want to what you want? He said, yes. He woke up in the morning and found that he has superpowers. He touched his mattress, he turned to gold. Yeah! He touched his window, he turned to gold. Yeah! He touched his table, gold, oh damn. He was so excited. Have you ever seen a kid in a candy shop? Trying to taste all the candies at once. That was what that kid was. Let's find out. He was not touching anything. Pow, 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 go. He came down. That was one. He came down, touched the staircase, everything good. The king just lie down with them all, just laughing. He was so excited. And then early in the morning, his daughter ran. Daddy! And hugged him.
And the child wants to go.
The child wants to go.
Ah.
Oh, wake up, come on, come on. Wake up. So shake the chair, shake the chair. Started crying. Cried continuously. He called all the magicians, all the astrologers, tried to bring this child back to life. They eat all the food. This is only child. He went to bed thinking he would be genie again, like weeks he was praying, hoping that he would be genie. One day, after 6 months, the genie came back to his dream. And he asked him, what do you want? He said, please, I want the power to take me off. And the genie said, are you sure? He said, yes. You're very sure? He said, yes. Eating the magic one, he woke up and found that everything that I thought was good, hitherto, and returned back to his normal state. The first thing he did was what? He ran downstairs to check his daughter, right? She came back to life. She didn't even know that 6 months had passed. He was so happy. He cried again. And then, that was when he knew that if you have everything the way you wanted it to be, you won't be truly happy. And so, your entrepreneurial journey, you're going to have good times and bad times. So the bad times is for you to appreciate the good times. Like a piano. The piano has the white keys and the black keys. The black keys have a different sound, and the white keys have a different sound. If you only play the white keys, you are not going to have a beautiful sound. But when you play the white keys and the black keys, it gives you a beautiful symphony, beautiful melody. And that is life as it's been rushing. You're going to have the bad times and the good times to appreciate life. Congratulations to your YSF journey. Congratulations to your life journey. Wish you the best. And see you when you buy the book next week. I'm asked to ask you guys if you have any questions. I'm going to take 2 questions. 2 questions and
and user-centered design. He is innovating methods in creating unique products and services with users at the core of his designs. He is also a faculty at the Receiver Design School, where he develops and teaches product design thinking, expertly in differentiated and student-centered classrooms. While he's actively creating an inclusive learning culture in product design and design thinking courses that honor all students wherever they are on their learning journey. He is also a UI UX designer at SW Global Abuja. He also consults and mentor in the field of product design. He's married and he's blessed with a beautiful baby girl. I saw the girl this morning. She's so pretty. She's also here. She's sleeping at the moment. She's awake. Yes, she's awake. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Samson E. Rocco.
Hello? Like the energy is quite low. Are we hungry or what? Okay, all right. I think we need to do a little bit of exercise before I start. So I want you to stand up and look at your neighbor. So I want you to look directly at your neighbor and say, your shoes shine, your face show.
Your shoes shine, your face show.
Some are not doing that. And some are not looking at their neighbor. Are you afraid to look at your neighbor? Your face show, your shoe shine.
Your face show, your shoes shine.
Okay, all right, that's quite interesting. You can have a seat. So I bring greetings once again from the CEO and founder of Tiva, Itayo Mola. He was here yesterday, and I know you enjoyed this session. And I'm also here with my biggest fan, they mean all the world to me. My wife and my beautiful daughter, they are here with me. I have to drag them here, any opportunity I get to spend with my family, they will take it for granted. So I make sure I'm always with them. Thank you for coming with me. All right, today, I said quite a lot about me. So today I'm going to be demystifying the tech ecosystem. So, by the way, how many of us are tech enthusiasts? Tech enthusiasts? Oh, wow, that's interesting. Do we have any tech professional here? Either a designer, back-end programmer, front-end programmer? Oh, we have one person here. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Tech has become the new blood money. Who agrees with me? So tech is the new blood money. Before we know tech as the new oil, I think it has graduated and tech is now the new blood money. All right, so this is a master class. We normally put master classes in the TIBA because we are one of the fastest growing edutech in Africa. So we kind of develop a lot of tech talents, and we have quite a lot of faculty, and we have quite a lot of tech talents all around the world. I know quite a lot of us want to Japan. Am I right or wrong? 90% of us here, or even 100%. But some of us, we are quite loyal and we're quite faithful to the country. So we're always looking for ways to, make things right and get it okay in this country. So we just go there, have fun, and come back, So, but we love this country. So how many of us love Nigeria? Oh, so quite a few. Even those that love, they are there, they are kind of like this. They want to show it. To love your country, so it's good to love your country. All right, tech. So all what I'll be discussing, all I'll be teaching you today is demystifying what the tech ecosystem is. Some of us, anytime we hear about technology, what comes to mind is coding. Am I right or wrong? Or programming. But I want to tell you that tech is not all about programming. And we have non-coding tech skills that are quite useful. The highest exports to UK when it comes to talent are Nigerians because of the high level of skills we have in technology. Because of that, they had to create a special visa for us, which is what? The Tech Nation visa. So with that, you can work in UK and stay, and within a few years, you can get your permanent residency. And also, apart from education, tech is one of the largest exports for permanent residency in countries like US, Canada, UK, and other places. So this might be one of the most important things you don't want to miss in this conference. And I bet you it's worthwhile of the time you'll be spending here. All right, so without wasting our time, I know we are quite so stressed and we've been here for quite a while. So I'll make it as snappy and artful as possible so we could all learn together. So I'm a teacher. I'm proud to say that because I've been teaching for maybe like more than 8 years. Yes, since at the university I've been teaching. So yeah, I existed in my university, but I think I joined the Google Student Ambassador rather than YSF, and that has helped me. So I think they have a similar work culture, they have a similar culture, and that's helped me quite a lot. So I'm proud to be a teacher. So I'm gonna be teaching. I'm not delivering a keynote, so I'll be teaching us some important facts about technology and how we can take advantage of technology. All right. So, is tech the new oil? That's a question we ask yourself. Africa, especially Nigeria, rely much more on crude oil, which is our largest contributor to the economy. But I think that is changing in the recent phases. Around 2019 to this moment, we could see a large increase in the tech ecosystem in Nigeria and in Africa at large. So rather than for us to be looking for how to get into NMPC or Shell or all this oil company, there's a new oil that is employing talented youth in Nigeria and is quite providing the standards, even more than the standard all these oil companies are providing. And we're talking about climate change. The UAE are trying to kind of, let me say, revision themselves. When it comes to tourism, they are the forefront, and when it comes to crude oil, they have the largest reserve. But in the next 10, 20 years, their largest economy will not come from crude oil, but rather from tourism and technology. How many of you, let me say, watched the recap of the Dubai Expo? Well, just one person. Now, the Dubai Expo gave us an insight about where technology is going. And, in the next 10, 20 years, we'll not consume anything carbon or crude, but we'll advance into technology. I was reading yesterday about the discovery that was just made this year about the lithium sulfur battery. So they have to test this hypothesis like 100 times for them to be sure that is it right or wrong. So there's a possibility that we'll have a battery that never dies. And what that implies is we'll have 24 electricity without season, and our cars will run on batteries rather than crude oil. So they are still in the phase of testing and seeing how they can roll that out. So there's possibility in technology to combat the climate action. All right, so this is a kind of nice overview of what Africa is today. The African tech ecosystem had its best year ever in 2021. That's last year when it raised $5.2 billion. And there's a projection that it's going to rise up to 7 billion. So we'll see technology startups like Flutterwave and Della leading this improvement in the tech ecosystem in Africa. So this is a kind of horizon that young people are looking towards. And us also, this is a kind of platform to be the employer of labor of young youths. Okay, I think I don't need to introduce myself again, so that has been done. All right. So we are the fourth industrial revolution, and what does that imply? So we've had 3 previous revolutions when it comes to technology, but now we have at the onset of the third industrial revolution, and Africa is just kind of having a glimpse of what the fourth industrial revolution is. So we are just trying our best to kind of key into the fourth industrial revolution. If you see the transition of technology, that's in 1784, you can see the use of water and steam power. That's when the introduction of this steam machine that trains use. Then when you go to industry 2.0, that is 1870. So we see the introduction of electricity, which enables mass production. Then when we come down to the 1959, which is the internet bubble era, the use of IT and the internet to digitize production, distribution, and services. So we are still at this phase in Africa, and we are trying to move to the next phase, which is the fourth industrial revolution, which we call the 4.0. The application of AI, ubiquitous digital networks and cyber physical systems. So the fourth industrial revolution is what we call the interaction between man and machine. Don't be scared about all the movies we used to watch that machines will take over the world. How many of us have watched such movie? I'm kind of afraid that yes, sometimes machine will take control of the humanity. That can never happen. But there's a reality that is transitioning currently, and that is the fourth industrial revolution, which is the interaction between humans and machine. So what this means is there will be some kind of advance in medical technology, in education. So the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, there's a kind of survey that says education will go beyond the physical classroom. So the next 10, 20 years, there might not be existence for physical school or physical institution. So there will be a kind of decentralized education, and that is what ITIBA is doing. We are decentralizing what education used to be. So education is beyond the walls of the classroom. And we are, of course, at that stage now where you take advantage of that. So you can be at the comfort of your room, you can be at the comfort of your home and have a first-grade education and have certification, and that will employ you. The highest employer of tech talents in the world, when we talk of Google, when we talk of Microsoft, Amazon, they don't look at your, let me say, your BSc certificate. What they look at is your tech skill. So they test you based on your skill, not based on your certification or the certificate you have. In fact, there was a policy like 2 years ago that they should stop requesting for all this BSc, MSc, and they should look for what skills you have. So employment is going beyond certification and it's concentrating on skill base. So you'll be tested, and if you have a skill, then you'll be employed and you have all the benefits of employment. And when we check about the active tech hubs in Africa, we see that the highest is South Africa with 54 tech hubs, and followed by Egypt, then Nigeria. You could see, it's followed by Kenya, and Nigeria is just following. Then we have Morocco, and others follow suit. So African tech ecosystem is fast growing, and I could probably say we are one of the highest exports of tech talents throughout the world because of the, let me say, the way the country is and insecurity and the likes. Every young person now wants to relocate, and one of the skills to learn, or one of what they rely on these tech talents that, okay, you have skills in this technology, either a designer or a product manager or you're a programmer, a software engineer. So look for these skills because technology is advancing and the population of the world is also expanding. So the more we expand the population, the more we need technology and the more we need people to build this technology. And we see that African has the highest young generation than all people in the world. You know, China is having a problem, Japan is having a problem because their younger generation are not that much. The older generation are quite more than the younger generation. So they depend on Africa for their labor, they depend on Africa to develop their technology. And that is why Africans are taking advantage of this opportunity to travel around the world. And one thing that makes technology interesting is last year the COVID brought a reality that we can work anywhere in the world. You know, remote working is quite so active. I've seen companies shut down their offices and everyone is working remotely. You know, I've been working remotely since last year for companies in UK, in US, and here in Abuja also, you know. So it has decentralized the way we look at jobs, it has decentralized the way we work, and that is technology, and it will keep improving. And a lot of companies are having that conversation. How can we move our operations remote? And that is the future of work that we are currently in. So we can, with technology, if you have skills in technology, you can work anywhere in the world at the comfort of your room. So you define your time, you define the rules you want to work on. So that is what technology has brought us kind of flexibility in our working culture. All right, so the highest tech hub in the world, or the largest, is the Silicon Valley. We will see it's located in California. All these great tech companies we have today, they have their HQ in Silicon Valley. Talk of Google, Amazon, Microsoft, all of these giant tech companies have their start in Silicon. You can see the number of startups in ecosystem in Silicon Valley. You can see between 12,700 to 15,600 active startups are located in Silicon Valley. Then followed by London, Virginia, and Sydney. So we have our own tech ecosystem also in Nigeria, and you know they call it Yaba Tech. I don't know how many of you have heard about that phrase. So they term that place as the Nigerian tech ecosystem in Lagos State. But I think it's quite growing fast, and almost every state are trying to have their niche and have their own ecosystem. So why ecosystem? Why do we need an ecosystem? Why do we need a tech ecosystem? What is the importance of tech ecosystem? And why, as young people, why do we need to join the tech ecosystem, or why do we need to connect ourselves to tech ecosystem? So I'll be explaining all this and trying to make you understand. All right, so essentially, tech ecosystem is just networks of organizations, including suppliers, distributors, customers, and competitors that deliver product or services through competition and cooperation around a common vision. So this shows that for a tech ecosystem to be established, there has to be competition and there has to be cooperation. You agree with me, some of the great products we have in the world today are battered through competition. Oh, I want to be good at this, I want to be smarter than this person, and through that process, we have great and amazing product being developed. So, network organization, so a tech ecosystem is not an individual driven ecosystem, it's people coming together to kind of advance or develop a particular product or service for the advancement of humanity. So it has various phases. We have suppliers, we have distributors, we have customers, and we have competitors. So all these people come together to develop specific products or services. And also, there's a kind of, let me say, a process that an ecosystem follows. We have the provider, we have the view, and we have the users. So a provider is driving a reason for more users to adopt the platform app or device. So we could take bank app as the providers. We could take Flutterwave as a provider. What other, let's say the Uber mobility app as a provider. Then we have a Glue. That's the platform or device or data that creates an audience or users for these providers. So for the providers to work on their products or to be active, involved in helping humanity to advance, we ourselves are the view or are the users. We use all these products on a daily basis. Talk of Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, we are glued to them. Without us, they cannot operate. Without us, they can't make profit. Without us, they can't advance their technology. So we are a very important part of the tech ecosystem. So as you are sitting right now, you are an important piece of the tech ecosystem around the world because you use the devices, you use the products, you use the internet and all these things to provide for us. Then we have the users. So people who use View and what the providers create. Okay, the users. So the View is the platform like the mobile phone views, ISPs, like internet providers. So all these are the views. So the View are the providers and the users. So that is what the View is what we call an interface. The Glue is what we call an interface. Without an interface, you can't relate with this product, you can't interact with this product. So we are all part of the tech ecosystem. All right, so a lot of entities comprises or build up this tech ecosystem. We have a strong developer community. So this developer community are the front end guys, the programmers, those that code, those with high level language, CSS, Angular, React, Native, those with Java, JavaScript. So those are the developers community. All this platform, all this big tech company also have their developers community because without this developers community, we won't advance in technology. So Google have their Google developers community, Amazon have their Google their community also. So also we have accelerators and tech hubs. So Utiba is part of the accelerators in the tech ecosystem. Because what we do is to build talents, we accelerate talents, no matter your background, no matter your course of study, we can accelerate you to transition into technology. We can accelerate you to transition to acquire tech skills for you to be relevant in this ecosystem. So you can liken Utiba as accelerators. Then we have tech hubs also. So these tech hubs provide platforms for people to come together to develop products. The prominent tech hub we have in Nigeria is CC Hub, and CC Hub has developed quite a number of innovative products that we are all using today. So we have the tech-focused startups. So these tech-focused startups are all about developing technology to help the tech ecosystem. How to provide fast internet data, how to kind of build up a very strong, robust system to handle all these processes on servers. We have the network professionals who are skilled in networking and server administrations. Then also we have the established businesses and connections. So without these businesses and connections, this tech product or tech ecosystem won't survive. So these established businesses and connections are those that kind of input finances into the tech ecosystem for us to build products. Without them, because to build products requires a lot of finances. To build a product requires a lot of efforts when it comes to monetary value. So They input quite a lot of money into product development, and that's why we need to establish businesses and connections also. Connections could be from the federal government, from the state governments, and the likes. Then we have universities and school. One of the strongest ecosystem or tech hub that is quite active in Nigeria is in Covenant University. They have one of the strongest tech hub in Nigeria. And a lot of, let me say, products have come from the Covenant University tech hubs. And a lot of them are doing quite great and amazing in the tech space. Then also engagement and connections, such as what we are doing, coming to conferences, we engage, we connect. Because when it comes to technology, it's about sharing knowledge, it's about sharing ideas, it's about partnership. So, and for you to get partnership, for you to get someone to help you, you have to be connected, you have to network. Oh, I'm a product developer and I have this great idea, but I can't develop that product without the programmers. So I have to network and connect with someone who is good at programming. So I'll build a product, he'll program the product. Then I'll find someone good in communication to market the product. Then I'll find someone who is good in business to bring us to the limelight. So we can see that when it comes to technology, it's a host of people coming together to build a product. All right, so what I say, there's this mystery that when it comes to technology, we have this mystery in our head that, oh, I have to know how to code for me to be active in technology. No, that is a mystery that I'm going to demystify today. So you don't need to learn C#, you don't need to learn JavaScript, you don't need to learn front end or back end or server administration for you to be active in the tech ecosystem. So you can see that at 3 points, this representation about technology. We have the hardware, we have the software, and we have the hardware. If you are good in leadership, if you are good in management, if you are good in finance, if you are good in people skills, if you are user-centered and you are good in communication and relationship, then the hardware is a very important space in tech that you can capitalize on. And the skills acquired in this hardware is what we call the product management. So for a product to develop, for a product to come to life, a product manager has to work on it. So what the product manager does is the product manager research on this product. The product manager brings the teams together. The product manager relates between the developers and the management or the administration to develop this product. So the product manager acts like a leader or a project manager that brings all these people together. So without the hardware, both the hardware and the software will not come to life. Because you need the hardware skills for you to convince the organization to release money for production. And how are you going to convince these people, the organization, like the CEO or the president of an organization, that, oh, we have this packaged product that I want to develop, but we need you to kind of sign up of some fund for us to develop this product. So you need someone who is good in leadership, who is good in communication and relationship, to kind of pass this idea to the top management so that they will understand the brighter side of what the product is, so that they're able to release fund for the development of this product. Now, without the hardware, also the software cannot work. So the hardware is our mobile phone, the hardware is the servers we use, the hardware is the routers, the hardware is everything we use to interface with the software. And without the software, the hardware is useless. So you can see that it's a triangle. So the technology is a triangle. Without one aspect of the triangle, everything will crumble. So we have a lot of branches in technology. We have the software development. It can either be a full stack, back end, front end, or cloud computing. So what software development engineers do is the code. For us to interact with WhatsApp, for us to interact with Facebook, or for us to interact with our banking applications. So a set of people who have done a lot of work at the back end. They've input millions of codes for it to come to life. Then we have the network engineering. All this network engineering those are lots of connectivity. You know, uh, to your bank salary, so anytime you text or a transfer, or anytime you want to transfer the money or you want to withdraw the money. So what network does is it connects your devices with the bank infrastructure that it identifies that it is really you that wants to withdraw the money. So when that system identifies that it's you, then it gives you access and you're able to withdraw that money. So without the network engineering, this cannot be possible because the network engineers set up all this infrastructure for you to be able to communicate with the infrastructure. Then we have the security engineering also. So these people are the people actively working so that you won't get hacked. So that people get access to your bank data or access to your bank infrastructure to steal your money or your data. So they are the ones interfacing between the network and the program. So they have what we call a network engineering term they use there. So they make sure that okay, the codes and the infrastructure are intact and secure. Then we have the product design. So without the product design, no product will come to life. So product design is just like giving the programmers what to code. So product designers are those that design application and software. Product designers are those that design, okay, I want the button to be green, I want the button to be red, or this is the layout I want for it to be. I want it to have 5 buttons, I want it to have 10 buttons. So these are the work of product designers. So without product designers, it would be difficult for programmers to work on a particular product. So product designers also have a number of skills they need to learn, such as design thinking. So design thinking is a systematic, hands-on method of solving problem, and that is what product design does. We solve problem hands-on. Oh, I want to go from here to there. So how am I going to build a product that will enable me to move from this point to that point? So product designer gather data from users to try to understand their needs for them to